No a teď si vydal desku, nebo teď před měsícem zhruba.
7.1.3 až na věky.
7.1.3 až na věky. A jak... máš teď ten největší hype, co jsi měl? Protože ty jsi psal, že to je nejúspěšnější, jakoby, co se týče prodejů.
Samozřejmě, co se týče prodejů, já jsem u toho byl. Já jsem sám ty desky balil a odesílal je zákazníkům s pomocí mojí přítelkyně. A každý release, který jsem měl pod Scare Rokudou od roku 2020, v momentě, kdy jsem se postavil sám na vlastní a nebyl jsem pod AK labelem, tak jsem na něj dohlížel. Balil jsem ho sám a dokážu posoudit, který release byl lepší, který byl slabší. A můžu ti říct, je to měsíc od releaseu a ještě jsem se nezastavil. Jakože poslední 2 týdny posílám v průměru 15 až 30 objednávek denně. A já si myslím, že jsem udělal kvalitní desku pro své kvalitní jádro fanoušku.
No ty jsi teď byl jedním z hostů v O2 aréně Ektorově. Jaký to byl pro tebe zážitek?
Bylo to skvělé. Některé ty moje zážitky během rapové kariéry jsou jako, kdyby to byl sen. Najednou si tam a když si to zpětně přehráváš, tak je to jako hezký, mokrý sen. a bylo to velmi fajn, když na tebe, kolik tam bylo, 12 000 lidí?
Já nevím přesně, kolik tam bylo. Tam ta O2 je taková jakoby fluidní v té kapacitě vypřijde.
No měl to vyprodané, takže
no,
vyprodané znamená kolik? Všechny sektory otevřené, to bylo 12 000 lidí? Co?
Ty já nevím. Protože kapacita O2 je podle mě nějakých 18, ale to musí být jakoby kolem dokola a to je jakoby braný na hokej.
Prostě bylo
tam hodně lidí, 15
lidí.
třeba bych řekl.
A
hodně lidí prostě, no.
Bylo to wow a kdybych neměl vlastní show v O2, což jsem dopředu smířený s tím, že nebudu mít, tak tahle vzpomínka, kterou jsem si odnesl z té Ektorovy O2, tak by mě bude rezonovat až do smrti.
Proč jsi s tím smířený? Nemáš tu ambici?
Vždycky počítám s tím nejhorším.
Aha.
A když přijde to nejlepší, nebo to, co doopravdy chci, tak jsem příjemně překvapený, ale...
A to, že si nevěříš, nebo že jsi pesimista?
Ne, že si nevím, jak to chodí. Máš kamaráda, který ti slibuje super kšeft a zve tě na zkusku. Takových super kšeftů nebo super vyhlídek, které jsem měl, vždycky, když jsem měl velké očekávání, tak jsem byl z většiny případů zklamán. A ty největší úspěchy, které se mi dostaly, tak byly po většinu času jako náhoda, nebo jsem je nečekal. Takže jasně, že si to vizualizuju doma, představuju si, jak jsem na té stage, jak je to celá moje show, ale zároveň se připravuju na to, že se to nemusí stát, pak nebudu zklamaný. Většinou lidé, kteří se na to nepřipravují předem a mají velká očekávání a pak se to nestane a život jim sfoukne vítr z plachet, tak čelí psychickým problémům, které jsou v dnešní době častější a častější, takže já to neberu, že si nevěřím, ale jsem připravený na život. Jsem prostě generál v tom, jak vnímám život, tom, jak jsem ho zažil a když to jenom přijde, tak budu šťastný a rád, ale zároveň vím, jaký život dokáže být. Vím, co jsou zlomené sny, nebo vím, jaké je to kráčet v bulevárdu zlomených snů a pracuju na tom, ale zároveň, když to nepřijde, nenechám se tím naplno rozhodit, protože jsem se na to připravoval.
No proč tam měl ten dres Pastrňáka?
Protože byl...
Z Ostravy?
Víš co? Já jsem měl jináčí outfit vybraný na tu show. Úplně jináčí outfit, ale na poslední chvíli, když jsme byli v Praze a na zvukové zkoušce, tak jsem se díval na WhatsApp a vzpomněl jsem si na to, jak mi Kvéčko říká, že je černý dress code. All black dress code.
Jo, ano, to měli na stage vlastně všichni, no, to je pravda.
Byl černý dress code, tak já jsem si říkal, nemůžu tam prostě přijít a vybočovat a zbuzovat v lidech, co organizují tu akci, včetně ostatních, že si hrajou na něco víc, než jsem. Tak jsme šli do nákupního centru. Kdy jsme to byli v tom nákupním centru? Ve kterém? Flora?
Vydejme se na lov těch, kteří propadli
To je
temnou.
Harfa.
Harfa. Tak jsme byli v Harfě a hledal jsem all black outfit. No a narazil jsem tam na ten NHL fanouškovský krámek
Okay.
a tam jsem to viděl. 8-8 Pasterňák, vím, že Pasterňák je z Havířova, z Moravskoslezského kraje,
Jo, není co
jako jsme my.
Pardon.
Jo, a říkal jsem si, to je ono. Tohle si musím na sebe vzít, splním tím svůj all black dress code, zároveň budu vypadat fresh. Ta volba čísel 8-8 je fresh, protože jak u NHL máš čísla tady, na zádech. A všichni víme, že 3 až více osmiček pohromadě symbolizují bohatství.
Jo, to ani nevím.
Víš, jak jsou ty čísla? 3 sedmičky symbolizují štěstí,
To já vůbec
3
nevím.
osmičky symbolizují bohatství, jasné, to je taková všeobecná jako základní numerologická
OK.
níž.
Já jenom vím, že holky si tetujou ty andělský čísla. 2, 2, 2 a tak. Ale tady to neznám.
A něco na těch číslech bude. Ten Carl Jung to definoval jako synchronicita. Když vidíš všude opakující se stejná čísla, tak ti jakože vesmír chce něco říct. Já jsem hodně jel Junga, Stanislava Grofa, měl jsem svoje psychedelické období a dodnes se mi ukazují paterny čísel. A vždycky, když vidím samé osmičky, všude, kam se podívám, ať už je to SPZ, čas, nebo whatever, lístek do divadla, tak vím, že přijde bohatství zanedlouho, vím, že přijde tučná výplata.
No, když se podíváš na svůj jako úspěch dneska, tak co tě na tom nejvíc naplňuje? Je to uznání, nebo jsou to ty peníze?
Od malička, když mi bylo 14-15 roků a byl jsem v tom dětském pokoji a nahrával jsem svoje první nahrávky do A do B Audition na mikrofon Hama za 300 korun, tak jsem chtěl to uznání. Chtěl jsem, aby lidi řekli, jo, on umí dobře rapovat, on je skvělý hudebník. Vlastně to uznání mě nejvíce naplňuje, když lidi, kteří k tomu rozumí, tak řeknou, tohle je dope. Nenaplňuje mě, samozřejmě peníze jsou krásné, ale třeba sláva samozřejmě přijde jako ten side effect, jako vedlejší efekt, jako když užíváš drogy a prostě máš závratě, je to jenom side effect, sláva. Ale to uznání a v druhé řadě to, že se tím můžeš reálně živit, což v době, kdy jsem začínal s rapem, bylo si myslím nepředstavitelné, všichni to brali jako hobby, tak to je na tom to nejkrásnější.
Takže je to všechno vlastně dohromady.
Odpověděl jsem na tvoji otázku?
No, jasně, jo. A jak moc tě ovlivňuje, když třeba píšeš texty, tak to, co se děje kolem tebe, jestli se snažíš tu realitu spíš jako zrcadlit nebo měnit těma textama?
Já žiju furt ze svých 20.
Aha. Jako
To, co jsem zažíval, když mi bylo 18, až dejme tomu
What the fuck?
Nepřítel je nekompromisní. Spojenec byl zabit. Nepřátelský dvojzářez. Spojenec byl zabit.
GG, we can FF. Yep. Fuck jo. What the fuck? No, určitě.
Vaše věž byla zničena.
To je v píču.
Překaženo. 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 Nepřítel je nekompromisní.
Jo, pičo, flashuj, kamo, level, kamo, ty... Ty pičo. Tam can't live. Jebaj, jebaj. Tak určitě, kamo. Jo, tak určitě. Jo, tak určitě. Och, jo. Ugh. Bro, what the fuck? Jebat pičo, jebat prostě FF vole. Ty pičo, to je. Saporděv, zase pičo, super vole. Někoho pojebaného Slovaka vole, smradlavého vole.
just a little trip to the rock.
Dobré, už mám čutu.
Vaše věž byla zničena. Nepřátelský dvojzávěr. Vaše věž byla zničena. Zničen. Váš inhibitor byl zničen.
Ničeho se asi nedivím ani. Oh my fucking god. Tell me that you want me. Tell me that you need me. Tell me that you want me. Tell me that you need me. Tell me that you need me. Da, 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 da.
I'm the shit you should throne as my toilet seat. I demand a king's ransom for royalties. I deserve a mansion of royalty. Address me, your majesty. To form a new dynasty. The old one must die next scene. I am your highness, please. Address me, your majesty. I am your highness, please. Address me, your majesty. It's the classic, it's classical gold art. Urban blacksmith, black fisted Mozart. Address me, your majesty.
Vítej ve vyvolávačově životě.
Stay cool, the North King must be colder. Exhale, now I look like a smoker. They hail me as king, but when hell freezes over, will I reign supreme and that's hell on your shoulder? Raindrop feel like a boulder. Drown in a pool of your cold blood. Suffocate dumb kings, nothing in lungs. Hold your breath, I'm the heir to the kingdom. Hold your breath, I'm the heir to the kingdom. It's been classic, it's classical gold art. Urban blacksmith, black is the Mozart. All the stars and galaxies address me as your majesty. So better say your majesty, I might react erratically. Throw you in the fire, purifier, I'm the sire. My empire's on the rise, so better find yourself a place to hide. Your grace, if I'm say it twice, my name divine, I'm aiming high. Don't look in my face or eyes, take a bow and save your life. Glory to the emperor, my my temperature is rising. Oh, his highness getting violent. I need silence, I need silence.
Myself when I'm by myself. I'm only nervous alone. What did I settle for? Just a metaphor of something that felt like a black ivy. I'm so lost. Come find me wondering. Used to be reliable, now I'm liable to promises I couldn't keep. I was a little kid, I was different. The world is a lie.
Běž na bod, ty kriple, běž na bod. Běž na bod!
It is fluid, it is transient, it is changing.
to cry right now, cause everybody say congratulations, but I'm not in the mood for celebrating, cause I can't find you now. I'm sleepwalking, right off with my heart, can you run it back? When I fall apart, never let me crash. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now. I'm sleepwalking, wrote it in the stars, but they never last. Got a little dark, couldn't tell you that. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now. I'm sleepwalking, I'm sleepwalking for now. I'm sleepwalking, I don't wanna waste the days away, but for now it will be alright. Cause the truth is that it got no way of knowing. I'm still waiting for a touch of oxytocin to feel safe enough to close my eyes. I'm a little inside out, cause now it's only lucid when I'm dreaming. And I keep having visions of you leaving, cause I can't find you now. I'm sleepwalking, right off with my heart, can you run it back? When I fall apart, never let me crash. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now. I'm sleepwalking, wrote it in the stars, but they never last. Got a little time, couldn't tell you that. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now.
My mama just said I looked dead at my feet. She told me that when I fall asleep in the night, it means I'm awake in somebody else's dream. Sometimes you gotta play your role in somebody else's scene. But don't let 'em ride the plot of your life in somebody else's screen. Don't sleep in the dark no more. Sleepwalking, don't dance no more. Don't play on my heart no more. Just dance what I think I'm an arsehole for. I don't wanna lose my temper. Lost my mind when it passed September. Don't wanna lose that thing that I love, like Arsene Wenger.
I'm sleepwalking, right off with my heart, can you run it back? When I fall apart, never let me crash. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now. I'm sleepwalking, wrote it in the stars, but they never last. Got a little dark, couldn't tell you that. I don't wanna face the days, so wake so for now. I'm sleepwalking, I'm sleepwalking for now. I'm sleepwalking, I don't wanna face the days, so wake but for now. I'm sleepwalking, I'm sleepwalking for now. I'm sleepwalking, I don't wanna waste.
Necítim bolesť, som cigán, vždycká rád toles. Není mi zima, som zlobá, som stále dole. Milujem polničné kurvy, očúvajmo more. Snívám o úspechu, ako sa dostať dola hore. Som lásky plný a zas niekedy mám srdce chore. Keď začnem rapovať, kokot maj sráp po zvore. Dokážem vybocnúť ako kazníkov bez dvore. Rozjebem ty piču, zerám už v prvom kole. Zlaté Mercedesy, lakovky, brácho, to je moje. Snívam si o tú maketu, mať teraz oboje. Lakoste Hugo Bossy a mŕtvého Versace. Keď sa ti nelúbi, tak choj ma tere do biče. Šukar palanák, zelované a zlaté zuby. Veľký pupek parokár, ti dám do huby. Kopačky s výskokom a ostré nože. Od malička nás to zaujíma, pane Bože. Není som vyjebaný študent ani pojebaný maturant. Mám školu života, som v prvom rade fakturant. Čorky a penáze a biele kone. Stáva to roboty ako koko, tak to ne. Úrad práce, detské veci a podobné one. Sme deti vetra, celý život sme všade slobodné. Som Kurt, Arab, Maroko, som Španiela či Talian. Som černý ojbáva, cigán je najväčší mafián. Cítiš ma na stohonu, smrtlivý ako pavián. Za mojou predkoškou mám najebaný encián. Keď mám ísť kúrovať, som čistejší ako Evian. Na poli gáču a na poli Roma Tedian. Mám piči, čo si myslela o brigáče. Žije kanovský život po svete a nikto mi nerozkáže. Ide si bez respektu, bez svoj cieľ. Yeah, som ten, čo buduje svoj cigánsky sen. Mám piči, čo si myslela o brigáče. Žije kanovský život po svete a nikto mi nerozkáže. Ide si bez respektu, bez svoj cieľ. Yeah, som ten, čo buduje svoj cigánsky sen. Som negramotný cigara, nepoznám žiadne roty. Uzle a cymbal poznám lepšie ako moje boty. Zjedol som hudbu na klavíri, hrávam do nemoty. Sme hudobníci, ktorí nechcú chodiť do roboty. Neplatím alimenty, decka mám po celom svete. Satelit na streche, som kráv a žijem v gete. Sme hazardéri, ale to vy asi nechápete. Mám svoje zákony a nerobíme to, čo chcete. Karty a automaty, rulety a pičoviny. To sú tí veci, ktoré milujem a žijem s nimi. Už sami väznice a plné detské domovy. To je naša cesta, z toho nejsem more hotový. Žijeme stovku 365 dní v roku. Vidíš ma čorovať a ojebávať po bloku. Vrchu
Tomu má 10 hápek do piče! Ty pičo, 7 kill, vole. OK. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Lulu s jílem, že by dostal karmu zpátky. Že by karma to byla v můj prospěch. A to se ukáže. Lomeno bet. 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 On vím. Bitches. Nemám, že?
Usually I'm strong, but I'm acting like 13. Baby, can you see how it hurts me when you look into my eyes? I feel like I could die. You're so cold to me, so over me, and you make me lose my confidence. You make me lose my
probably a mixer truck driver's worst nightmare, all the concrete inside the drum has hardened into a solid block. There's no way to pour it out or wash it off. It's as hard as stone. When this happens, the only way to remove the concrete is to cut open the tank, then chisel it out bit by bit using pickaxes, drills, and other tools. In extreme cases, workers may even need to use small explosives to clear the drum. This cleanup can cost nearly $10,000, not to mention the wear and tear on the tank that shortens its...
Jestli chceš... Mám taky obvykle osu a ohna? Bude tu horko! So you're not gonna stream Savage Gasp? Well, that's not very...
že moc drog, moc alkoholu, moc komerce, všechno škodí a nějak to jako poskvrňuje ten legendary status. Legendární status, promiň. To teď by znělo debilně.
Pohodě.
A všiml jsem si to, že jenom zatím jeden člověk, který to dělal tak, že vlastně čím starší je, tak tím lepší je. Ale u ostatních buď to byly drogy, alkohol, anebo zaprodání svého jména. Víš, jako různým C-čkovým firmám místo toho, aby si ždímání prostě nějaké a tomu jejich pádu, který vidím, já se nesměju a nikdy jsem se neposmíval, ale beru si z toho ponaučení, protože do tohohle bodu se nechci dostat a měl jsem nějaké svoje faily, viděl jsem nějaké jejich faily, dostal jsem nějaký feedback od lidí, co to se mnou myslí do GB a nedělám.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I will show you all. This is the mobility. This is the mobility demon control, map control. I mean, this build could be played with, theoretically, it could be played with Shirelia. Come here, Lee Sin. But yeah, the damage would be very, very shit with Shirelia. So Horizon is probably slightly more accurate. So Dark Harvest will be playable again in 2025? Yeah, I think so. Primarily because of this new vision gaining thing. Either Grizzly Mementos or the Deep Words. Got a harvest. Ah, it's harvesting time. My favorite moment was when Zub said it's harvesting time. Mr. Google's.
Double kill. Finding light.
The Dark Harvest. Okay, so we go. So if you buy it first, okay, so the Void Boots, Thematic Souls basically have to be bought first if you want to be on tempo with the upgrade. If you really want to measure.
Au, tak to mi trefilo, jo. Tak co ho zabije? Tak jo, dámy pánové, jak se si mohli všimnout, dneska si zahrajeme klasicky Shivanu, což je takový dráček, mráček, taková starší sestra Smoldra, bych řekl. Začínáme klasicky na detku, takže se tam jdeme do... Kámo. No prostě vždycky uteče ta Oriana. To je nejvíc lucky ass, kterou jsem poznal. Děkuji, poslední drak. Jo, berem. Zavardíme, Oriana na topu, můžem brát. Kámo, ten drak padá jak nic. Ta pasivka je super na ty draky. Tak, máme soulu, super. Jak to vezmeme? Vezmeme to asi takhle, ne? Máme ještě nějaký lifestealoš. Trošku víc lifestealoše. Tak, bomba. Perfektní nákup. To snad ne. Dobré, máme. A Shadow máme taky, no to je hit paráda.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Their friend walked in at the absolute worst time.
Cheers. So I've got these type of tampons. Oh.
Well, it's like.
Con los dos pies.
He got upset because she didn't like his kisses.
뭐지? 터졌나? 아닌데?
상어가.
아니다.
What is this? It's soundproofing. Ah! No, you did it on the wrong side. Oh. Oh wow.
It's beginning to look a lot like
Christmas! Everywhere you go!
He really decided that violence was the only option.
really bad. Oh! Oh! Wait, hang on! Hang on!
That actually takes more skill.
How have you done this, Julia?
He was trying to record himself dancing when this happened. Australia has these cool buses that can transform from a bus straight into a train.
Lo celebramos en Playa Hermosa. Feliz 56 aniversario.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
This is what happens when you put a sparkler into an orange. He really fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Oh! Say cheese! Cheese!
These poor kids don't know how pictures work.
You want to go on a car ride? Let's go. We're going on a car ride.
Life as a fisherman isn't easy. The power went out at the swim meet, so everyone took out their phones to provide enough light for the competition to continue. This dog was incredibly unhelpful. So, at what point is a Christmas decoration too big?
That's amazing.
I just discovered something new to be afraid of.
Meanwhile, I've slept with earplugs for the last 10 years of my life, and I have developed an ear wrinkle. My earplugs push my ear out and have created this wrinkle, so...
He was full of static, and she wanted to fix his hair. Look how quickly this bubble freezes. This boy was watching a movie and was trying to save this woman from being attacked by an evil villain. this diver found a fish that truly lives under the sea. They were trying to get her to exercise. I think this guy might be trying to catch fish on the moon. This is perfect for doctors that have surgeries that last for several hours. They saw that she was falling over and stepped in to save her. They were trying to get rid of this cockroach that they caught. I can't believe this actually worked. I have never seen a cat accidentally start eating. The US government just bought 1,200 goats to fight wildfires in Colorado. The goal is for the goats to eat as many dry leaves and grass as possible to lower the odds of a fire starting. Her elevator started freaking out and got stuck between floors. This is what a thunderstorm looks like from above. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
takže jsem tady drážděný a vy cípli cigány. Do plynu. Jo. No, takže jsem tady drážděný a vy cípli cigány. Jo. No, takže jsem tady drážděný a vy cípli cigány. Do plynu. Jo.
Podívejte.
Life in the coldest inhabited place on Earth is not easy, and even seemingly simple daily tasks can take a whole day. Locals dedicate their weekends to doing laundry and washing in their wooden bathhouse, the only option for maintaining personal hygiene in a region without running water. To get the bathhouse to the right temperature, Stanislav and his son must start heating it well in advance. The bathhouse in Yakutia are heated by wood-burning stoves, and the temperature inside the steam room can reach up to 70 degrees or higher. It takes them to 5 hours and requires a lot of wood. Because it takes so long, the locals will usually shower only once or twice a week. As the bathhouse slowly heats up, Stanislav and Julustan set out to get the water from the garden snow, making sure to gather enough for both washing and laundry. Julustan is 13-year-old, the third child in his family, and a student at the local middle school. Despite his young age, he has already learned the necessary skills to survive in the extreme climate and is always there to help his father. With the water collected and the bathhouse heated, Zinaida, the wife of Stanislav, and their 16-year-old daughter Julia are ready to begin their weekly laundry. Every Sunday, the two of them wash the family's clothes by hand, using the snow water that Stanislav and Julustan have collected from the garden. With a large family to care for, there's a lot of laundry to get through. Despite the heavy workload, Zinaida and Julia work diligently together to ensure that the family has clean and fresh clothes for the week ahead.
Nu tam mají psa venku, what the fuck?
Meanwhile, Julustan is helping his father in another important task of heating their home. The harsh winters in Yakutia require filling up the stove with wood twice or even 3 times a day for 9 months of the year. As the heat from the fireplace starts to warm the house, Julustan hurries to the outdoor toilet, a small shed that covers a pit. While using an outdoor toilet may seem less convenient, it's actually more hygienic. The frozen temperatures make it difficult to have working pipes, which would easily freeze, and indoor toilets without sewage would become quite unpleasant. In the meantime, Zinaida and Julia finished washing their clothes. They hung the freshly cleaned garments outside in the garden to dry in the freezing winter air. This is a traditional method that helps to kill any remaining germs, leaving the clothes crisp and refreshed. The freezing winds in Yakutia work quickly, causing the wet clothes to stiffen and becomes as hard as boards within minutes. In the dry, frosty air, the wet clothes freeze and slowly evaporate due to the dryness of the air, although there is still some moisture on the fabric. With skillful hands, Zinaida expertly gathers the frozen laundry and brings it back inside. The laundry absorbs the refreshing scents of winter, making it especially sweet to sleep on. As the evening approaches, Zinaida busies herself with preparing dinner while the boys get ready for their bath. After hours of heating the bathhouse to a sweltering 70 degrees Celsius, Stanislav and Julius relax in the heat of the steam room, especially as the outside temperature drops to minus 50 degrees, which is 120 degrees colder. Once finished, Stanislav and Julius run outside to cool off in the freezing cold air. The difference between the hot steam room and the cold air is believed to have many health benefits, including improving circulation and invigorating the body. After cooling down, they use the melted snow, water, and soap to wash away any remaining sweat and to clean themselves. While Stanislav and Julius are washing in the bathhouse, Zinaida and Julia are busy making their favorite dumplings filled with minced beef. Zinaida is well known in the village for her delicious cooking skills and is always teaching her daughter new dishes and training in the kitchen. Once the dumplings are prepared, they put them on the terrace outside to keep them frozen while they are in the bathhouse. The cold temperatures outside helps to preserve dumplings, ensuring that they are ready to cook and serve once they return from the bath. It's dinner time. Zinaida returns from the bathhouse, refreshed and ready to cook a delicious soup with dumplings for her family. In Yakutia, most people make soup every day. It's a nourishing food that helps to stay hydrated and warm in this cold, dry climate. On this Sunday evening, they can finally take a moment to rest and unwind after a long and busy day.
One of the biggest concerns when pre-production began on the Philosopher's Stone was Hagrid.
Right now, first years this way. Come on now, hurry up.
Twice as tall as a normal man and at least 5 times as wide. That was the description on the page the production was tasked with bringing to life on the silver screen. But how hard could it be? Couldn't you just, and then... Well, it turns out they already had thought of that. But either way, the first thing to do was to cast someone, obviously, first. And whoever the production did end up casting had big boots to fill. But we all know how that turned out.
I'm late.
I don't know about you guys, but as a 10-year-old watching the end of the Chamber of Secrets, I was like just a complete mess.
There's no Hogwarts without you, Hagrid.
Coltrane had me and my friends completely in love with this character. But as larger than life as Coltrane was, he was not twice as tall as a normal man and at least 5 times as wide as the book described. So how did they do it? Paul asked calmly. And this is the part where you probably expect me to say something like,
forced perspective.
And you'd be half right. Production used pretty much every trick in the book to make Coltrane feel larger in the frame, from wider angle lenses and clever staging like forced perspective,
Delighted, Mr. Potter. I just can't tell you.
to shrunken down sets and props. And yes, they filmed Coltrane separately on blue screen, scaled him up, and composited 1.25x Coltrane into certain scenes. But that only got them so far. What about shots with lots of movement or wides with other actors in shot? Well, let me introduce the other Hagrid.
My name's Martin Bayfield, and I play Hagrid the Giant. Rugby's my background. Played for England for 6 years, and then through a bizarre sequence of circumstances ended up here.
On the very first picture, they said to me, Hagrid will be Robbie Coltrane. Great, but we're probably going to have to digitally put Robbie into every single shot, and it's going to be one of the most expensive parts of the whole movie. And there was a lot of sort of concern. So I volunteered the suggestion that for shots of his back and shots on the kids where you were only halfway up Hagrid's body could be done with a double.
But early on, it really was just a theory. No one really knew if it was actually going to work.
We did a lot of math to work out how big can Hagrid be, and it was very obvious very early on that it had all to do with the anatomy of your donor. Whoever you got, his elbows had to be pretty much where the elbows went, his knees had to be pretty much where the knees went, and those measurements dictated how big you could go. And so we did this big search to find somebody.
And that's where they found their Martin Bayfield.
So with Hagrid, you've got Robbie, who's just over 6 foot. Martin was 6'10", and we then worked out that if we put him on stilts, we could have a Hagrid that was 7'6". So that was what Hagrid's size became. And we built this suit, which was a big, flexible, soft bodysuit.
But as promising as this suit theory was becoming, there was still an air of trepidation among the production as the special effects team tinkered away. In fact, Chris Columbus, the director of The Philosopher's Stone, said he didn't even want to see the suit until it was absolutely ready. But all that anxiety immediately melted away the very moment suited up Bayfield introduced himself to Robbie Coltrane and the rest of the Harry Potter production.
So we dressed Martin behind a screen, and they got Robbie in the beard and the costume because they wanted a direct comparison between Robbie and this animatronic suit that we had built. And basically Martin just walked out.
He was beautifully designed, brilliantly made up. And what Nick Dublin did on that was really, really something.
There was just a hell of a lot of laughing. They just bought it hook, line and sinker. Because you could see them going, actually, we can use this. We can really use this.
And so, this iconic duo was born. And it became this delicate balance between Coltrane Hagrid and Bayfield Hagrid. If a shot demanded an emotional performance, Coltrane was your guy.
Hello, Harry.
But if you were shooting a wide or the back of Hagrid, or maybe you needed like a big physical maneuver, Bayfield was your man. He just had to make sure he matched the movement from Robbie's take perfectly.
It's actually, believe it or not, quite difficult to match with what somebody else has already done. Because obviously for continuity, all the hands have to be in the right place, the reactions have to be in the right place.
And we were kind of learning as we went along, the two of us, how it would come together. And very much it was me watching him, and then he'd get an idea of what I could do. But the great thing is, because of the way the suit was made, it became quite easy to slip into that Hagrid role and copy what he was doing.
Like this shot from the first film, that's Martin Bayfield. And I've watched The Philosopher's Stone more times than I can remember, and I never noticed that Hagrid's mouth in this shot never moves.
Why would Snape put a curse on Harry's brew?
Who knows? Why was he trying to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween?
Who told you about Fluffy?
Fluffy.
But as the films progressed, that changed too.
When it started out, the head was what we called a dead head. It was just this sort of mixture of fiberglass and silicone to make it look like Hagrid's head.
Then, on the second movie, we went animatronic with the face. We go eye movement, mouth movement.
That is unbelievable.
And the head started to come to life.
Now they can do that. And smile.
By the third film, we put a voice activation system into it so that Martin could say the lines and the mouth would move.
Now I sound ridiculous as well as looking ridiculous. Fantastic.
My sister completely freaked out when she saw them. She saw a row of 5 of them. And she's sitting beside me, just going, oh my God, it is such a work of art.
The detail, and you see, I mean, every hair is punched into that head. It's incredible.
And it really took an army to move the mountain.
We have to make sure that pathways are clear, that he can get through doorways. So you need a team of people supporting him the whole time. You have a couple of dressers who get him into the bodysuit. You have an animatronic engineer who connects up all the wiring and the electronics, and then operates the radio control, which moves the eyes, moves the mouth.
It's known as Team Hagrid, and I've been working with these guys now for 10 years, and you make very, very strong friendships. They're a great group.
Also, just quickly, how good is the big fold-out chair they made for Martin Bayfield?
Let me teach you. Anarchie! Podejrzewam, bo to jakie to są człowieki. To są psy, z tyłu. To zabiję. Kiedyś co buduje? Co to było?
Mommies, this is great for baby's tummy gas. You do the I Love You abdominal massage. Watch the illustration. You don't know that. You don't know that. Hamsters can lay extremely flat. This hamsters can lay extremely flat. Here's this girl. She's smart and fun. Sin goteras. Sin goteras. There's this girl. She's smart and fun and pretty beautiful. She's got these eyes that just and this hair. Wow, and her smile. Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando. Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando. Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando. Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando. Sin goteras. ¿Qué le parece? Ahorita la andaba yo buscando. Let me. Okay, so Alfie's
saw some matchups in the turn point here. Closer. Block left. Okay. We're gonna clock this back and forth. Oh, no, not like that. Alright, one time. Hard. Oh my god, this is so weird. Pull it up. No, it's... There it is, now pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. No. It's outside. Oh my god. Oh, you killed that though. Murdered it. Okay, so show you what to do if your dog is stiff, okay? Trust me, we're gonna work it out. Alright, so look, this is Knox. Everybody be Knox. Well, that's Knox. This is Knox now, okay? So here's all you gotta do to your dog if they stiff, alright? So you wanna make sure you get right back here, get the ribs right, and then you take your hind legs and you just wanna fold them out right here, and then really stretch them out. Really stretch them out. Really stretch. Alright. I'll show you what to do if your dog is stiff, okay? Trust me, we're gonna work that out. Alright, so look, this is Knox. Everybody be Knox. Well, that's Knox. This is Knox now, okay? So here's all you gotta do to your dog if they stiff.
Yo, stay strong, Coco. I know, bro. I know. Oh my God, bro. I ain't gonna lie. If I was a cat, I'd probably... Yo, stay strong.
Nice long body, perfect form, beautiful teeth.
Literally like he's a bitch.
So it's Pause for a minute, then I let you fade it. I'm loving this ride. Number 30. Do you know sine 2x over x? Max. Bro. Can you read this? Oh my god. She was a fan. Shut up.
To spal po druhý?
Proč je ten sex tak důležité?
Protože jsem se s ním v tobě kouřila, co?
Dělali jsme všechno, co lidi při sexu dělají.
Máš rádého ptáka? Ano. Chutáči?
No.
Jak chutá?
Jak chutný? Slepší.
Na to říkám konáš. Díky, děkujeme za upřímnost a teď vypaď jak chcípni. Ty porno posraná.
Já že dám holce, chlapi do postele, ty zdrápanino jedna. A on flaster, flaster. Žádný lítání domů, aučice. Vy to taky držte pořádně.
Prošlo řádným výběrovým řízením, podaným obecným úřadem.
Takže jsme chtěli kalhotám, ty říkáš žádný výběrový řízení.
Jděte se.
Všichni to doběli do postele v noci vás. Jsi žádná dala, takovou tí pár noci vás se děláme. Když tady nikdo čeká, když tady nikdo taky to byl. Já ještě nemáme doma kanály.
To spal po druhý?
Proč je ten sex tak důležité?
Protože jsem limited sakra.
Would you like to donate $1 to save a dog? No. Yes. Double negative. No. Yes. Yes. No. No. I think that your machine is... Got it. I got it.
What's up, man? What's up? Hey, how's it going, bro? How you been? Good. Good to see you. Good to see you too, man. What's been good with you? Somebody else. Haircut by someone else. Oh, then why you got a fresh cut? You know my hair grows out slow. It's nice. Just it's out slow. It grows. I got hair residue in your shirt. That's someone else's hair. Oh, someone else's hair, really? If it's someone else's hair, then you have no problem with me smelling your neck, right? I'm okay with it. Don't. Baby, Arthur, see you. You didn't answer my phone? Yo!
Let's go. Big girl. You gotta get the other one. Yes, you can.
I just wanna be part of you.
What is that movement? What's with that stance? Why is he looking at me?
Ale ще ніч ви собі справді сил поїбати його. А ще давно було у Іраку, правда, то було 2014, ще там тоді не хотів. То було 3 роки назад. А там мені не ви добре уявили, сама ще не видів, що всі не видів. Я більше мені роки проти мою. Я всі добре. Згерні. Ні, що то я такий. Але сама ще не видів, у що ти повідала. І що вона мені нравилася такого, ма. І що б сумки сили я такий. Та дома у мене. Трикrat máš viac nevieš. Viacej ne. Ja som to bolo nič neriešil. Ospravedlňuj sa, ty Grio, mne. Prepač. Ale však nič ju som nespravil. Čo si ju povedal, Grio? A však to dávno bolo u Jaké dávno to bolo? 2014. Ešte som tam tedy nechytil. To bolo 3 roky.
I don't just look at it, sir. Just look. What do you see?
Man. Fucking horse.
I don't just look at it. Se liga só nessa aqui, o Elon Musk. Tá pensando só que você tem 10 milhões? Aqui, um carrinho totalmente sustentável. Aqui, ó, só com essa chavinha aqui, ó. Chama. Se o Pulinho vai brincar o dia todo, é melhor que aqueles carros de flexão. Isso aqui nem precisa de flexão, tá ligado? É só você botar pra... Ó.
Why did I? I didn't do it.
What? Literally.
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 Oh, my fucking game! Are you done? Oh, my God!
Hey.
Oh, God, you are stunning. Oh, my fucking game!
Ty vole, já nevím, co koupím téma na Vánoce.
Crazy.
There's no blood, there's no alibi. It's all just regret, but the truth of 1,000 lies. So never see it was
Excuse me, how many emails do you...
What do we have here? That is a picture of you at Chuck E. Cheese. Pink Jeep. Plate is road quick. Got a rock. We got her. What do we have here?
Jo, s touhle výhrou, to se to platí. Zaregistrujte se v apce Move, tankujte a vyhrajte palivovou kartu v hodnotě 100 000 korun. Protože správný šerif má vždycky ESO v rukách. A takhle můžeš platit, když budeš soutěžit na molce. Jo, s touhle výhrou...
You know, the hardest part about riding horses, it's not the actual riding, it's resisting the urge to say, that's what she said.
When you get on, make sure you spread your legs a little bit more. It makes things easier. I really enjoy riding. If he's being naughty, just use the whip.
That's what...
Are you coming? I came first.
That's what... You know, kdybyste si mohli vybrat some sort of like...
Víte, jak energetici říkají větrné elektrárně? Za A větrotoč, za B vychřičník, nebo za C větrník? C je správně. Více se dozvíte virtuálně v
Kdo mě chápe, je můj nejlepší kámoš Perry. Čau. Vždy se raduje z chápání mé košaté moudrosti.
Máš budu zapnutou šejdrem.
Já to vím. Mám totiž konvenční vzory v oblékání. Než mě potkal, byl Perry prostým kmánem, ale teď je pounák. Kdo mě chápe, je můj nejlepší kámoš Perry. Čau.
How was that unfair? Why did you do that to me? Why did you do that to me?
Chceš se stát?
If you love someone, set them free. If you hate someone, set them free. Basically, just set everybody free. Fuck it, get a dog. People are annoying. When you die, if you get cremated, your family could put your ashes in an hourglass, and you could still participate in family game night.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings when I called you stupid. I thought you already knew.
The difference between coffee and your opinion is that
I ask for coffee. They say that drinking milk makes you stronger. Okay, drink 5 glasses of milk and try to move a wall. Now, drink 5 glasses of vodka. Wall moves on its own. When you're dead, you don't know that you're dead. But it's really difficult for others. It's kind of the same like when you're stupid.
Guardian or Force Field?
Probably Guardian.
Okay, Guardian or Azure Fury?
Probably Azure Fury.
Okay, Azure Fury or Laser Beam? Okay, how about Laser Gasoline or Azure Fury?
Azure Fury.
Wait, why would you pick that?
Don't let anyone trick you into thinking that the laser gasoline is or any other way.
Iya, upgrade Pak.
So I came home from work, and my brother has put up a portal tree. He isn't a live tree.
Dad, hello. How long have you been a firefighter? 5 years. Like it? Love it. Okay, run into the burning building over here. Run into the burning building. Like little girls. Dad, hello. How long have you been a firefighter? Honey, grab your MetaQuest 3S. It's time. It's time. She's going down. Hey, I don't want her to hear this, okay? Let's team up on her. It's Jack.
We gotta watch and see what. What was that?
Jeepers. Jeepers.
Jeepers or Stoppers?
Multi shots or Blaze? Blaze.
What's up, Megatron? What's up, Megatron TV?
Hey, Megatron. Can you say Megatron?
Max, what do you want for dinner?
Starting with 6.
Still a traitor.
Oh my god, Jingle Bells. She did it to you, Jingle?
Let me break.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Are you one of those single-tier people? I understood who this guy was, and I knew that I was the right guy.
Not quite my tempo. It's all good.
The story of Whiplash is a story of personal experience on the part of its director and writer, Damien Chazelle. He grew up in Princeton, New Jersey, and was a jazz drummer for the Princeton High School Band, working under a harsh instructor who was constantly critical. "You're rushing, you're dragging, not my tempo," were words Chazelle said he heard most often throughout all of high school, sometimes making him so angry that he once slammed his fist through his snare drum. Chazelle would graduate high school and head on to Harvard. He initially planned to continue with music, but the experience had left him burned out, and he decided to explore a new artistic path: film, particularly screenwriting.
I came to movies through a love of movies, so the movie buff in me informs the movies that I want to pillage from. The whole idea of originality in art, I think, is really sort of overrated. I think it's to me, the greatest art is, and actually jazz is a great example of this. It's taking pre-existing art and adding your spin to it.
While he was in college, he would come up with the idea for a film called La La Land, but realized that it was too big of a project to do as a college thesis film, and went for something smaller but similar in concept. Working together with his college friend Justin Hurwitz, he put together a jazz-themed film called Guy and Madeline on a Park Bench. The film only screened in a few theaters, but it gave him the boost he needed to get into Hollywood and become a screenwriter, writing for films like The Last Exorcism Part 2. This wasn't quite his passion though, as he admitted, "I was a writer for hire. I wrote to pay the bills." In the back of his mind, he still had a dream of someday getting to make his musical La La Land, but he faced pushback for the concept being called, as he put it, brazenly uncommercial, lacking a fan base and popular songs to draw in audiences. There were a lot of people saying we were trying to make a really expensive museum piece. He was encouraged to rework key story elements and replace the jazz music with rock, but he resisted, feeling he was being told to strip out everything that made his idea unique. Every one of the contours that felt special and distinctive were the things we were urged to change. Rather than follow through on the suggestions, he decided to pause the project. Down on his luck, Chazelle decided to turn back the clock to his childhood and write about his harsh high school teacher.
So part of the intent with Whiplash was, okay, I'm gonna write something small and focused and lean and mean and really sort of simple.
His aim was to show a darker side of music, one of anxiety, and having all of this life experience to draw on, the draft for this film was finished in a matter of weeks.
First I wrote Whiplash and then I stuck it in a drawer for a while.
The instructor character of Terrence Fletcher was essentially an intensified version of his real instructor.
It was sort of what I wanted it to be, but it was so, I think because I wasn't used to writing something that personal, it almost taken me by surprise just how autobiographical parts of the script were.
If you're writing something, you start to feel like you're airing dirty laundry, and it's like, oh God, I don't think I want anyone to see this side of myself. It's probably a sign that it's worth doing.
With further references taken from what Chazelle called tyrannical, authoritarian, and dictatorial band leaders throughout jazz history.
I think I got a little bit of cold feet and I put it in a drawer for a little bit and just, and I took my time tinkering with it, but I think it was also because I was trying to delay when I would actually have to show it to my agent or Hollywood.
But despite the more modest ambitions with this new film, Chazelle still struggled to attract interest in the project, and without a budget to work with, the film was stalled. But then came producer Jason Reitman, who convinced Chazelle to shoot part of Whiplash as a short film, 15 pages of the 100-page script, containing a single scene. Neiman's first rehearsal in Fletcher's band. For Fletcher, Reitman recruited J.K. Simmons to play the part.
When I first met Damien, Jason Reitman sent me the script for the short
and the feature film of this thing called Whiplash by this kid nobody had ever heard of. I read this script, and it's up there with the most brilliant things I've ever read.
The short film captured the wild tone the film was going for perfectly.
When we were making the short film, I was concerned that this kid was in over his head as a director. Obviously, he was a brilliant writer. The self-confidence that he had by the time we got to the set with Miles and me was remarkable. People should watch that short film. It's really great, and it was made for no money.
But this smaller version worked like a charm, winning a Sundance Jury Award that quickly gave Chazelle the recognition needed to finance the project.
Grand Jury Prize for U.S. Dramatic Competition goes to a film of uncommon skill that showcases two compelling characters and pulses to a dazzling and irresistible beat. The winner is Whiplash, directed by Damien Chazelle.
And financing finally came through, with production company Bold Films offering them $3.3 million to make the full production, and Chazelle got to work. J.K. Simmons, of course, would reprise his role from the short film and join on for the theatrical production. But the actor for Neiman, Johnny Simmons, was replaced by Miles Teller. Teller was actually intended for the lead role from the very start, with Chazelle religiously watching The Rabbit Hole, a film Teller starred in while writing the script.
Yeah, it's sorry. No, it's not done yet. But when it is done, I will let you read it.
Miles I'd seen in his first movie, Rabbit Hole, and it came out around the same time that I was writing the first draft of the script, actually. And so I remember watching it and kind of immediately thinking I have to find some way to work with him. And certainly he seemed to pertain to the role I was writing in the script, the role of Andrew.
But Chazelle wasn't able to get him for the initial short film because of his schedule filming Divergent. Teller accepted the role the second time around, saying, "I loved the intensity of the script." There was one problem though: Teller's drumming experience. Teller knew how to drum, having been self-taught from an early age. Jazz drumming was a whole different beast, and a whole different technique that he had to learn quickly. With his drumming being the focal point of the narrative, they couldn't afford to fake it, so the crew arranged crash course lessons for him, and Chazelle himself brought down his personal kit to help Teller practice at home. And just like Chazelle introduced Teller to a new world of drumming through jazz, our sponsor Squarespace is also introducing us to a new way of designing a website with its new design. Help dash all of your 1.com% off or domain using the code FrameVoyager. Whiplash is a tale of extremes, mirroring an unbridled passion for music with fanaticism and abuse, asking the question of how far it is worth to go in the pursuit of excellence, and what damage this pursuit could amount to. And it turns out that the production of Whiplash was almost just as extreme as the movie. For many people on the set, the movie was a first. Chazelle, for the first time, wrote and directed a feature. The crew on set was largely composed of newcomers, and even the editors were green. For Simmons, this would be the first movie he won an award for, so even for such an experienced actor as Simmons, Whiplash was something novel.
It was one of those things that I read and just, I could 100% see myself as Fletcher. In every sentence, every frame of the movie, I understood who this guy was, what he wanted, what he needed, and I knew that I was the right guy.
What did make anything easier was the immense time pressure everyone was under.
I know the one day that we did like 140 setups, which is unbelievable. I mean, Fantastic Four, Insurgent, you're doing like 10, 12 setups a day. And so on that movie, we did like 141 day.
With only 19 days to film, they would attempt to squeeze as much time each day into the filming process as possible in order to get it done in time. Filming for 14 hours a day.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
With little time to film and little room for error, and of course no possibility for reshoots, principal filming would begin in September 2013 in Los Angeles.
And take care of Mark.
Show me your rudiments.
It was important to me, right away. The way movies begin is so crucial to me. It's that moment where you really have the audience totally spellbound. You haven't lost them yet. The lights in the theater have just gone down. And I think a lot of movies almost kind of waste their opening few seconds.
Introducing Fletcher with a slow creep towards the light and a reveal from the shadows, he is portrayed as an ominous presence.
Did I ask you to start playing again?
And his interaction with Andrew sets the tone for the rest of the movie.
He's seductive and yet scary all at once. At least that's what we were going for.
This also is where the biggest difference to the short film is felt in relation to lighting. While the short film relied on natural lighting, establishing a more realistic look you would expect to see in your own day-to-day, the feature is a different breed, with colors being heavily tinted and stylized.
And this was a lot of fun to kind of light with my DP Sharon mirror, to sort of allow JK to truly come from darkness into the light.
This film, of course, used high contrast, low-key lighting to achieve this effect. To put it simply, high-key lighting shows everything. Low-key lighting, in a sense, is meant to guide the viewer's eyes. As Ozark cinematographer Eric Kuritz puts it, I can tell stories better with low-key lighting because it's all about control. You're guiding the viewer into a point of view more, as opposed to a broad open light. A lot of these shots, especially the close-up of Fletcher's face, give the viewer an almost claustrophobic feel, and adds to the intensity of certain scenes. But it's also a signal to the abuse that Andrew is facing from the imposing figure Fletcher represents, and this is represented in the way that they filmed Fletcher, making him tower above Andrew throughout the film. Giselle gave instructions early on to J.K. Simmons on how to play this character, saying, I want you to take it past what you think the normal limit would be. I don't want to see a human being on screen anymore. I want to see a monster, a gargoyle, an animal. Fletcher's terrifying on-screen presence isn't enough for a film that is entrenched in musical performance. The actors needed to have some kind of familiarity with the music in order to excel in this feature. Even J.K. Simmons, who is directing his band, what he is signing has to make at least a little bit of sense, or appear like it does. Luckily, and also to the surprise of the newcomer director, Simmons had prior musical experience.
And one of the first things he says is, I want to take the onus off of you as far as the technical aspects of this character, because I want you as the actor, okay? Looked at him, I'm sure, a little bit oddly, and I said, dude, I went to music school. I have a degree in music. I thought I was going to be a composer and conductor.
For a film about jazz, the pressure really had to be on to make sure they got the most critical component of this film visualized correctly. Of course, I'm talking about the drumming. Teller, as we mentioned previously, had received some instructions on how to play the drums like a jazz musician, even changing up the way he would hold drumsticks to be more like a jazz musician.
Yeah, just holding the stick, traditionally was such a weird feeling, and Damien and I have these beautiful, iPhone videos of my first few rehearsals, and I was just like, I can't do it. I was like, it feels just, does this look good? Because I feel just so stupid, moving around it, and slowly but surely, kind of got to a place where I felt really good.
After intensive training, he would end up playing about 40% of the drumming scenes in the film, with the rest being filled in by professional drummer Kyle Crane, who would play his double.
Life imitating art, but it was just all a very authentic experience, and except for being terrified of JK because he's such a softie.
One of the most shocking moments of the film has to be the car crash Andrew gets into after he forgot his music before a concert and runs from the scene of the accident to get back to play for the concert in one of the most tense moments of the film, clearly injured and likely suffering from a concussion and other injuries. In a bizarre coincidence, director Chazelle also got into a serious car accident himself in the final week of production, being hospitalized with a potential concussion. Unlike Miles Teller's character though, he was able to return to the set the following day and successfully wrap up the shoot in time. The interesting thing about Whiplash, which simultaneously must have been bone-chilling for the director, was the fact that reshoots weren't possible. Anything that was captured on set was all the team had to work with. In the end, Whiplash went through a fascinating editing phase, which completed the movie in a less is more approach, finalizing scenes by essentially cutting most of them out, whether they be a small conversation or even an entire sequence of scenes which distracted away from what the movie was about.
We actually, we shot most of a day in Fletcher's apartment, stuff with just me home alone, and there were several hints about, what his life might have been. Damien, in his infinite wisdom, decided not to use any of that in the movie, despite the fact that we spent all that time shooting it.
One could, of course, lament that filming a scene that ultimately doesn't make the final cut is a waste. However, Chazelle doesn't see it the same way.
We had whole scenes between Miles and JK early in the movie where JK invites him into his office, and there was like a 5-minute scene of them talking in JK's office before even the first studio band rehearsal. Again, it's like now I'm shocked we ever even shot that, but I think it actually helped the actors. You know, I think it helps it gives them added material, added subtext, added baggage that they can then apply to their characters that we never see.
In the end, this film would go on to become a sleeper hit, grossing over $7 million in the first few months, and as of this year, collecting over $50 million on a production budget of $3.3 million. And while the music for Whiplash was excellent, there was another film in 2014 that will likely be remembered as one of the best movie scores of all time. We are, of course, talking about Interstellar. And if you want to hear the story of the production of Interstellar, this video...
zajímavé.
Is sponsored by CyberGhost VPN.
Do not go gentle into that good night.
Do you worry at all that some of this will be misunderstood?
Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
The science was woven into this from the beginning.
Though wise men at their end, no dark is right, because their words had fought no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night.
I was going to have to really live or die by those things.
It's not possible.
No, it's necessary.
Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
It was 1980. The Iranian hostage crisis was still ongoing. John Lennon would be murdered by the end of the year, and of course, Mount St. Helena would erupt, blasting debris dangerously into the atmosphere. Despite some of the doom and gloom of 1980, theoretical astrophysicist Kip Thorne was getting dressed up in what he described as a baby blue tuxedo. He was on his way to the world premiere of the TV series Cosmos, created by his friend, American astronomer and planetary scientist Carl Sagan.
But no matter how hard you try, you can never gain that last decimal point.
Sagan had called Thorpe up days earlier, inviting him to the premiere, but also asking if he would be interested in a blind date with someone Sagan knew. The Caltech professor would quickly agree to this. At the premiere, he would meet his blind date, Linda Obst, who was a journalist at the time. Thorne would recall, "We really enjoyed each other's company, but the romance just never went anywhere." And though there were no sparks between them, they would keep in touch over the years and both contributed to a 1997 film called Contact. Kip Thorne would go on to be quite the theoretical physicist and writer who would become well known for his work in gravitational physics and astrophysics, as well as his penchant for being able to make heady scientific discoveries exciting and understandable to both academics and laymen. "I got a lot of notoriety early on," Thorne said. "Much of my career, I was just trying to prove I was as good as the world thought I was." After a long career at Caltech, Thorne would begin to set his gaze on a new set of stars, not billions of miles away, but just a few miles to the west of Caltech, Hollywood. Thorne really had his eyes on creating a film, as he said, hard science fiction. There have been far too few films of this type, in which the science is embedded in the fabric of the story. And he had just the story to fill that void he saw, Interstellar. In 2005, Thorne reconnected with Linda Obst, who had moved on from journalism to become a film producer. They would make the initial treatment of what would turn into the film Interstellar, turning a chance meeting decades ago into something that would become larger than either had imagined. Thorne and Obst would work out the theme on Interstellar with a sense of realism in mind, with Obst saying the idea was to explore the universe as it is. It is more interesting to look at what this stuff would actually look like than to make it up.
Kip was one of my very best friends, and I always would hang out with him in Caltech, and we always talked about my movies, and we always talked about his work. And I asked him, what would be the most amazing result to emerge from your work on gravitational waves? If gravitational waves could discover anything, what would you dream that they would discover? And of course, it was a wormhole.
Within a year, their treatment was picked up by Paramount, billed as a story about a group of explorers who travel through a wormhole and into another dimension, with Spielberg aiming for the project's director's chair, doing his homework by visiting a workshop at Caltech alongside Thorne, a number of scientists, and his dad, Arnold, a former engineer. In early 2007, Jonathan Nolan was hired as the project screenwriter, having been inspired to take on the project by childhood space films like Close Encounters, and of course being inspired by Spielberg himself. Luckily, he was able to impress Obst as well, describing his experience pitching the film as a pretty intense experience, but one where they must have liked something. Nolan found inspiration in a theme of endurance, mentioning a desire to confront all the things that are wrong with us and threatening us, but to focus more on hope. After all the research, all the conversations with Kip and Linda, the thing that jumped out was how precious life is in the first place. Jonathan Nolan and Spielberg worked together for 3 years on the script, but in 2009 their collaboration fell through as Spielberg would drop out as the director after Spielberg moved his production company DreamWorks from Paramount to Disney, leaving Paramount without a director for Interstellar for several years. Nolan summed up the situation as, talking story with him, Spielberg, is every bit as exciting and thrilling as you can imagine. The man speaks pure cinema, but like getting a rocket off the launch pad, some things take off and some don't.
We are now leaving Earth's orbit. Please adjust all comms devices to adjust for interstellar travel. For our journey, we have equipped each of your personal terminals and communication devices with our sponsor CyberGhost VPN. Once enabled from the app, CyberGhost to geo-comprise system.
Every operating rating and is one of the best VPN providers and can help protect you and your data. It only costs $2.03 a month, plus 4 months free. Check out CyberGhost VPN using the link in the description or in the pinned comment below for a special offer just for our viewers.
We are now entering interstellar travel and initiating artificial gravity. Please find your seats.
Now with this quick leak repair spray, 99.9% of water leakage problems can be solved perfectly. The construction is simple. You only need to spray
In 2010, after Spielberg left, Jonathan turned to his brother, Christopher Nolan, for help on Interstellar. Chris, having already been acquainted with the project thanks to what Jonathan called a symbiotic relationship between the two of them, explained, I always talked to him, so I'd been trying out material with him from the beginning. When you're a writer, you're always looking to see if your scripts pass the jealousy test, like, damn, I wish I was doing that project. I could tell Chris was interested.
We've always benefited from being able to run our material, if it's not something we're working on together, past each other just to get that kind of gut check on where am I going with this thing. And I would talk to him about the ideas behind the film. He was very helpful, but I could tell when we talk about it, there was a little bit of, a little bit with him of, that sounds like a fun project. Sounds like a bunch of ideas that he was interested in as well.
Christopher Nolan told his brother that he'd be willing to take the helm, but it would come with a price. You realize I'm going to rewrite this, right? And so they got to work.
What I was able to do was take the draft of Jonah's script that he got to that had this incredible set of characters, this great situation, and bring some of my own ideas to the table. Things I'd been working on in the science fiction realm for many years. I've kind of fused the things into a project that I thought I could really get my teeth into.
The central premise of a time-traveling quest to solve the gravity problem remained, but the way it was introduced and resolved and the adversaries in between received a sweeping makeover. The draft involved mysterious aliens and a subplot about Chinese astronauts passing through the wormhole and leaving behind a team of robots. Were axed in favor of a new character, the villainous Dr. Man, and the natural obstacles involved in the explorer's mission, where extra planets were added to complement the draft's original ice world. The time-warping Tesseract was tossed in as a device to resolve the film's final act, leading to the salvation of humanity. In the Spielberg version, it was a gravity-manipulating machine left behind by the Chinese spacefarers. Christopher Nolan said that his changes were essentially a blending of his brother's work and other sci-fi concepts he'd been dreaming up but never revealed to anyone.
I became interested in the idea of artifacts of higher dimensions. The idea that you could view human emotion, particular forms of human connectivity, as not so much, they're not dimensions themselves, but they're artifacts potentially of higher dimensions in which we are spatially, physically, scientifically connected in ways that we can't actually understand.
And although he tried to keep a degree of distance from Spielberg, he did cite Spielberg's influence on the film, aiming for an edgy and incisive family film that he saw in Spielberg's classics, rather than something stuck to the softness normally expected of family films. Something that would be challenging, particularly name-dropping Spielberg's Jaws and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, as well as J.J. Abrams' film Super 8, which Spielberg co-produced. Next to the narrative of Interstellar, there is one other major piece that cannot be overlooked: the music.
It was very important to me that the music not pay any attention to the genre of the film.
What? No! No! Cooper! Cooper, what are you doing?
Before Christopher Nolan would take all of this research and start creating a script, he met up with his old friend Hans Zimmer and told him he was making a film he wanted him to score. The unique part of this is he didn't even tell him what the movie was about or that it was based in science fiction.
I was working on a completely different movie, and Chris said to me, if he were to write one page of something, and he wouldn't tell me what the movie was about, but he'd just write one page, would I give him one day, and just whatever came to my mind, I would start writing.
With some ideas on what his film was supposed to be, together with some snippets of dialogue, Nolan let Zimmer loose to create anything he was capable of without any imposed limitations on genre or what instruments Zimmer was to use.
I sat down and I wrote this piece really about what it feels like to be a father and what it feels like to have a son, and I was writing about my son.
You look after our place for me, right? When he played me the piece of music which became the basis for the entire score, I thought it was absolutely perfect and captured the emotional qualities of the film that I wanted.
Interstellar's music features interesting motifs, one of the prominent ones being the use of the church organ. This instrument provided an important element to the film, as while science fiction is in the forefront, it rather is a movie about relationships and humanity. These more irrational elements of the film lie at the core of the narrative, and the organ brings this core into the spotlight by instilling the music with a more religious or mystical vibe.
I also made the case very strongly for some feeling of religiosity to it, even though the film is religious. But that the organ, the architecture of cathedrals and all the rest, they represent mankind's attempt to portray the mystical or the metaphysical.
Instead of just using musical samples or a virtual instrument, it was decided to record a real organ in a church, setting up a microphone array and then capturing it. Capturing not only the performance, but also the authentic reverb of the loud church interiors.
We went to Temple Church in central London and we set up a mobile recording system and spent days in there re-recording the organ.
It took some trial and error, but together with Roger Sayers' talented use of the organ, confidence grew and more experiments were done with this unusual instrument.
There's something very human about it because it can only make a sound with air, and it needs to breathe. Like on each note, you hear the breath. You hear the exhale.
You feel human presence in every sound. And I think that was very important to keeping the film about not just the space that we're looking at, but the people in that space.
While Hans Zimmer was plugging away at the score for this film, scientist Kip Thorne was keeping Christopher Nolan on his toes when it came to the scientific accuracy of the script. Kip Thorne had laid down some rules for Christopher Nolan in writing this screenplay. First, that nothing would violate the established physical laws. And second, that all the wild speculations, and there certainly are some here, would spring from science and not from the fertile mind of a screenwriter. Considering some of Nolan's mind-bending realities in his former movies, Nolan may have finally met his match in Kip Thorne.
I would ask him things that I'd read I got from his book about, black holes, the possibility of naked singularities, those kind of things that I wanted to work into the kind of idea of the narrative. And I would put these things to Kip, and he would start arguing with me about them and saying, well, we don't know this, we don't know that. But I got it from your book. This is stuff you wrote.
One example of where he just wouldn't let me go there, said Nolan, I wanted a character to travel faster than the speed of light. And he spent about 2 weeks just beating me down and explaining to me it's absolutely not possible. And I finally had to sort of concede. In the end, both enjoyed working with each other, and Kip Thorne would allow room for the movie to move into being just a movie, as Nolan described it, especially at the end.
I found that kind of objectivity thrilling. I mean, it's what you wish were in every aspect of our civilization.
Being a physicist, working in an area which is much cleaner in terms of being able to determine whether you're right or wrong, it's a very humbling process because every day you believe something and then discover you were wrong.
But even though they would bend a few rules here and there, they really wanted to stick to the scientific possibilities as much as possible, with Nolan saying, I think the audience can feel whether there's a rule set behind what you're doing.
The thing that makes this different is that real science was woven into this film from the beginning and woven in deeply.
Behind the scenes, the Nolan brothers developed the project further until Christopher was confirmed as the director in 2012, with the project being officially announced by Paramount in 2013. But while Paramount held the rights to the film, historically, Christopher Nolan had always run his films through Warner Brothers. This time around, Warner Brothers would seek a stake in the film, and according to some reports, they were quite desperate to be part of Interstellar, that they gave Paramount a great deal, agreeing to let Paramount co-finance the next film in the Friday the 13th franchise, and a future South Park movie, and another undetermined Warner IP. This led to some weirdness, of course, surrounding the future South Park series and who had rights to do what, as we can still see today. But what can we say? Warner Brothers really went all out for Nolan. Nolan then set about selecting Matthew McConaughey, as he wanted an everyman to be the lead for the film. As Nolan put it, someone the audience could experience the story with, calling him a phenomenal, charismatic presence.
I mean, at its heart, it's a father-daughter relationship. It's a parent-child relationship, and how do you say goodbye without a guaranteed return ticket for where you're going, which is what happens to my man Cooper.
Nolan became intrigued with McConaughey after seeing him in the film Mud, and approached him with a conversation that McConaughey called not specific. Rather than going into the nitty-gritty of the plot, he had a 3-hour chat with McConaughey about family, maybe partly as a social call, but more likely probing to see how well he could fit the mold for Cooper, and the dynamic between him and Murph, who Nolan recruited Jessica Chastain to play. Anne Hathaway would also be cast as Brand. She was appreciative of Nolan still casting her despite a rough period in her career at the time, to where she had a toxic online presence where people hated her after she won an Oscar in 2013, something many people would dub as Hathahate. Nolan was one of the few directors who didn't care about it and cast her anyway, which Hathaway would credit for keeping the momentum of her career alive, saying, "A lot of people wouldn't give me roles because they were so concerned about how toxic my identity had become online. I had an angel in Christopher Nolan who did not care about that and gave me one of the most beautiful roles I've had in one of the best films that I've been part of." Rounding out the rest of the cast would be longtime Nolan collaborator Michael Caine and a young Timothée Chalamet, with Matt Damon being added in late 2013 as Dr. Mann. Photography would start on August 6th, 2013, and would last for 4 months, covering multiple locations like Canada and Iceland that we will get into throughout this production section. To start off the production, though, they would begin in Alberta, Canada, a place Christopher Nolan had previously scouted out and found perfect for the vibe he wanted for the film.
A lot of the great westerns were shot outside Calgary. Things like Unforgiven, the first Superman that Dick Donner did, the film was shot there. And one of the reasons is it has these sort of gentle rolling hills and then mountains in the background. And so there's a very grand landscape to it. Really an ideal place to get that kind of beautiful vista that we want.
Now, when it came to the cinematography for Interstellar, Nolan had to move on from his longtime cinematographer Wally Pfister, who was going on to direct his own movie at the time, in Transcendence, and would of course soon after retire from being a cinematographer. This led Christopher Nolan to work with a new cinematographer, and this partnership is significant, not just because of the long-standing partnership that they still have to this day, but because they changed what was possible when it came to using one of Christopher Nolan's favorite cinematic tools, IMAX cameras. Interstellar was shot on IMAX 65mm and Panavision 35mm anamorphic.
2001, Stanley Kubrick's great space epic.
Yes.
My dad took me to see that on the big screen in London, and I've always remembered just the size of the screen and the image, and I think it's one of the reasons I wanted to do IMAX films and do a big IMAX space movie. I mean, there's just something about that stuck in my head as suggesting the biggest potential of movies.
And this esteemed format choice led to some difficulties to overcome, such as figuring out how to mount such a massive camera system onto props, or making sure to choose a cinematographer whose back won't snap like a pretzel when hoisting that thing onto their shoulders. Which brings us to Hoyt van Hoytema, who would be chosen as the cinematographer of Interstellar, a man who wields an IMAX camera as if it were Thor's hammer.
People said you could never handhold an IMAX camera. Well,
He certainly proved that is a fallacy.
Regarding how the camera was used, it was mounted onto nearly everything.
Really treating an IMAX camera like a GoPro camera.
While Nolan is expressing himself a little maybe hyperbolically here, the camera really was used to its fullest potential, even being used in ways many wouldn't have expected to be possible at this time.
We didn't treat IMAX in as formal a way on this film as we had in some of the other films. We didn't plot out exactly what sections of the film we would shoot that way. We wanted to just see what emerged by carrying the cameras with us and shooting things that naturally suggested themselves.
This is a stark contrast to the other films that use IMAX cameras for select sequences and can feel a lot like a marketing gimmick to some extent. And even though one could argue Nolan does use IMAX for marketing to great effect.
IMAX, 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 and IMAX, IMAX for IMAX and IMAX.
At least he actually uses the camera and pushes them further than anyone else does. And this film really started the further experimentation with IMAX cameras, transforming what was possible with it in narrative filmmaking. Nolan would speak to this transformation, saying they filmed it like a documentary that I could cut together in 15 different ways. We would just go through the whole sequence and shoot the entire thing using the handheld camera. And to achieve this documentary-like filmmaking of the film with this bulky IMAX camera, Van Hoytema would rebuild the IMAX camera's rigging to be mostly carried around handheld, saying of the reported 45 to 95 pound camera, it's a little heavy, but it's not that bad.
Hoyte was determined to show us that we could handhold the IMAX camera because we'd tried before and never been able to do it. I guess what we'd never tried is what he did, which is just pick the thing up and not worry about how heavy it was. How he did it, I have no idea. He's a very strong guy, clearly. But that freed us up to shoot more of the film in IMAX.
Nolan would also get access to footage from NASA filmed in space with IMAX cameras and review hours of the footage to see how they had filmed it in the realities of space and what that looked like. Nolan was impressed with the footage, especially given the fact that it was close to what they were trying to accomplish in Interstellar, and he would reach out to learn more.
IMAX kept seeing the same name on the films, which was Tony Myers. So, Greg at IMAX offered to put us in touch, and we called Tony because we wanted to say how much we'd appreciate our work and how much value we think.
So nice. We have to train the astronauts how to use the cameras and light scenes aboard the space station, and they're really good students. I had gone to stay with a friend just to rest for a couple of days, and my cell phone rang at 6 in the morning, and at the other end it said, "Hi, this is Jim Voss. I'm calling from the space station." Well, I dropped the phone. I thought this was somebody playing a joke, but no, it was real. He wanted my advice about how to set up and light a particular scene that he'd been thinking very hard about, and it was not an easy scene to shoot.
The benefit of being able to look at footage of the reality of being in Earth orbit, shot with the cameras on the format that we were then going to use. It's like there's a bunch of IMAX films to look at, and then you get to figure out how to
understand exactly how that would really help.
For this film, Nolan would end up using more IMAX cameras than he had ever used in his previous two films. This was just, of course, the start of Nolan's obsession with IMAX cameras, as we all well know.
IMAX is about delivering an experience that you cannot replicate anywhere else except in an IMAX cinema. And it's best when it's actually filmed with an IMAX camera. Chris is someone who honors that and who forces us to ask those questions of why aren't we doing it this way more frequently.
A pillar of Interstellar's narrative is environmentalism, specifically the fight against the Blight, an ongoing natural disaster which wiped out a lot of the plant life on Earth. While it wasn't really explained what the Blight was exactly, there are parallels to draw between it and the rampant climate change problems we are experiencing in the real world. In the case of Interstellar, the planet is slowly turning into a desert.
I do believe we learn from our mistakes, and I do believe we are intelligent enough to move forward with wisdom, so we won't be in a situation like they are in Interstellar.
I really wanted to try and bring the audience's attention to the idea that not only could it happen like this, it actually already has happened even worse.
Your daughter's generation will be the last to survive on Earth.
The family in the movie revolves around the Coopers, of course, who are farmers and own their own cornfield. Following the father of the family, we observe what our Earth has turned into. While our Earth in reality hasn't yet reached this critical level in environmental issues, of course, everyone on set got a taste of living in an America turned desert. As while the dust storms seen on screen were artificial, they still were very much real. with gigantic fans on set and the crew shoveling sand right into them.
The dust is real dust being thrown at my face. So that, as an actor, it's great to actually have the tangible things to hold on to. So you can just focus on the character's journey and not think about, I'm trying to do this and I'm also pretending there's this set around me.
It didn't take long for an entire set to be overwhelmed with and caked with dust.
It was possible for Scott Fisher and his guys to put dust in the air from using this very safe product. It's used as a filler in food and so forth, but it sits in the air. It really looks like thick dust.
Though in the end there was likely some VFX work done to fill out and enhance the dust in post-production, choosing to incorporate real elements into this helped when it came to lighting.
As soon as the dust is in the air, it completely transforms the lighting environment, how the light reacts. But to do something that actually really looks real and really fits in with the tone of the rest of the film that you're struggling to give some reality to, you really have to do that for real.
To accomplish this, they would utilize massive fans to blow the material into the scene. Christopher Nolan would give his crew the go-ahead to go as crazy as they could to make it a reality.
Chris gives us a lot of leeway to try and get more machines and more material and guys and whatever to cover as big an area as we can. So each spot, we just tried to get as many machines and as much dust in the air as we could.
What also got covered in that dust was the very real and not CG cornfield the Coopers, or rather Christopher Nolan and his team, had grown for the movie. And we all know Christopher Nolan's love of doing anything practical he can, whether that's true or not, of course. After consulting with Zack Snyder on his past farming experience for Man of Steel, the studio decided to just go for it, throw $100,000 at the problem and try to cultivate a cornfield in Western Canada for this movie, which seems like one of the easiest practical elements Nolan's ever pulled off. Just grow corn, right?
We really wanted to get some sense that this corn was being farmed somewhere that it probably shouldn't be.
Well, Nolan's right. It doesn't look a lot like corn should be grown there, and this is where the reality of the film is actually reality in real life.
And indeed, they don't farm a lot of corn where we were farming it in Calgary because the wind out of the mountains can kill it very easily.
There were, in fact, many doubts that the corn could even be successfully grown at this location, let alone in time for the movie.
We went to see the Department of Agriculture, and their opinion was, well, it will probably fail.
So legend has it Christopher Nolan picked up his IMAX camera, plugged it into a telescope, and peered into the depths of a black hole. What he found there was not the love or the formula for gravity Matthew McConaughey's character found in the movie, but a man just crazy enough to plant corn where everyone said you shouldn't.
You grow corn here, you're living on the edge. This would be on the edge of common sense. And at this altitude, it's 4,100 feet right where we're standing. We've never grown corn here. Nobody has, I don't think, anywhere out here.
And this was a vital location for the film. If they couldn't pull it off, there would be massive production headaches, and dare I say, Nolan's nightmare scenario, CGI solutions.
Here, we seated it May 10th. Like July 8th, it was just barely knee high. I said, this ain't gonna work, boys.
But then, in an IMAX level miracle, the corn began to grow.
Strangely enough, corn grows very fast, and by the moment we started shooting, it started reaching the perfect height.
Thankfully, they were able to pull this off, and if we're being honest, having these mountains in the background in this kind of location does give this film an iconic feel to it.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Naše věž byla zničena.
Chudáci zmrdaní. Tak, určitě, kamo. GG, support, GG. You are a goat, man. You are a goat. What? Что там выстроено? Tam on na mě pošťobrte flashnul ten čurák. Zmrdaný čurák, vole. Sám. GG Riot, GG. To je pičo co, skurvenec, vole, pojebaný, vole. Jasné, pičo. Tak jasné, vole.
Váš tým zničil věž. Vaše věž byla zničena.
Jasné, ať ti podrží kokotatanami, ty zamrde prašivý, vole, černý, vole. Kurvený, vole.
Spojenec byl zabit.
Já jsem měl flash, já jsem měl všechno. Piče. Oh, můj bože. What the fuck, prostě.
Clips from their movie following certain conditions. For one, the studio needed to collect the consent of the interview subjects before using any clips, and additionally, Burns and Duncan wanted to read the script and get a feel for how their material was to be used. The inclusion of those clips put the rest of the movie into context. Land turning into dust bowls, leading to destroyed farmlands, and even loss of life actually happened in the real world. Interstellar took those real happenings and made them worse for its narrative, of course, turning a localized event into a global crisis. As production would wrap up in Canada, the team would move to Iceland.
We went to Iceland because, having shot sections of Batman Begins, the stuff set in the Himalayas, we knew the terrain very well. We knew that it offered us a lot of different looks that we hadn't been able to use in that film. It's one of the few places in the world where you can get 2 or 3 very, very different extreme looks.
Iceland is a popular location for any film that needs an alien landscape, an icy desert, which essentially is uninhabitable, with a landscape that feels extraterrestrial. Other sci-fi movies such as Prometheus, which we of course recently covered on the channel, had this location on their travel list. But for Interstellar, they used Iceland in a way that you don't necessarily notice any of those trademark features.
A picture like this, a science fiction picture, you have to go to places that really stamp a kind of reality on the script.
In the story, Iceland is used as both what we call Miller's Planet and Man's Planet. And Man's Planet is all ice. I participate in Miller's Planet, which is a planet completely covered in water.
Stepping into the infinite, seeming expanses of water which stretches from horizon to horizon, it can be hard to believe that this is a real place. This Icelandic word I'm not going to try to pronounce. Glacier in Iceland, which is also a popular hiking destination the crew booked out completely.
We went there initially looking for the ice planet, and then we started looking for the water planet because we noticed on the map something that we'd seen years before, which was these great deltas where the water goes across the black volcanic material into the sea.
But it was not as easy to get this location. They would have to pave a road for 15 kilometers and put pipes along the way so they could bring in everything that they needed, including an entire 2-scale spaceship.
The location was perfect, really. Sand underneath the water was very, very firm. Allowed us to put our very heavy spaceship out in the middle.
With cranes hauling life-size spacecraft and the actors wading through knee-deep water, all shot on IMAX cameras, which of course are difficult to carry, the location was far from easy to film in.
You know, the whole crew had to wear waders and be working in, knee-deep water the whole time, which poses challenges. I think people found it extremely challenging.
It was actually quite dangerous in real life, as the risk of hypothermia setting in was very real, especially if a costume failed, which sadly happened for Anne Hathaway.
Gravity's punishing.
Been floating through space too long? The plan was for me to be airtight in my suit, but unfortunately a zipper didn't get totally closed. So when I went under the water, as per the script, my suit filled up with cold water. It was fine. That was my first day.
For a scene in which her character would be submerged in icy waters, water started rushing into her costume, which she decided to endure for a while as she didn't want to disturb Christopher Nolan. But once her body became numb and tingly and her vision started to blur around the edges, she decided to speak up about it. In the end, it's important to remember that these locations aren't playgrounds. They come with an unmatched beauty, but are also bundled with danger. And what was also bundled with danger was trying to build stunt rigs out in this uncontrolled water, which is an issue the stunt team had to get creative with.
Doyle goes to get in the back of the spaceship, and he's ripped away from the back. We had a mobile stunt rig made that was on the back of an all-terrain vehicle, and the back of it was just a flat platform. So we built a truss rig on the back of this that would give us our point that we would pick him to, and all of the RAM and everything was built into that.
So for the actor, who was already, of course, cold from wading around in glacier water all day, getting shot with water cannons and then dragged through the water, I can't imagine it was a super fun experience for him. For Man's Ice Planet, though, they would shoot only a few miles away at the largest glacier in Europe. This massive glacier provided some of the most surreal environments in the film.
Formations to portray the landscape we wanted in a very practical setting, because the glacier there as well that you could actually bring vehicles up onto, you could sort of drive right onto it.
The biggest challenge for this specific part of the film was building sets into the glacier.
We had to build that in, like 20 years of being battered by ice storms. We had to really age it into the glacier. And so that meant digging into the glacier to put the pod in. And then we needed to build the set in.
They would have to deal with some unforeseen challenges as well. Like, for instance, anything that would touch the glacier would make it melt.
You were continually separating your set from where it's supposed to be buried. So every day you have to rebuild it.
For both of these scenes, though, two specific things played major roles: the spaceship and the robots. So let's talk about the robots first. Interstellar got its very own sidekick in artificial intelligence in the form of TARS and Case, robots which are distinctively non-human.
I always referred to TARS and Case as articulated machines rather than robots, because to me the idea of a robot is, a machine that's impersonating a human being.
Where did you get those coordinates? Where's my daughter? Don't make me take you down again.
Interstellar shows robots built for utility. The design is as simple as it can be. Essentially just a rectangular robot, which can manipulate its limbs in various ways, such as waddling around like a penguin, rotating them to engage in a sprint, and even using some of its limbs to carry people and objects.
My inspiration was, it should be a very, very functional piece of equipment. It should be, like a light stand or a tripod or something, or a camera dolly. It should just be a thing. It shouldn't be something that the designers have in any way attempted to make look like something, let alone a person.
TARS and Case would also serve as board computers, integrating themselves into the spaceship the crew commanded. The coolest thing about TARS and Case is that these weirdly charismatic robots were built to be used on set.
When you approach a character who's going to have a computer graphics component, you say, okay, you either do the whole thing CG or you do the whole thing with some kind of build on set.
Initial ideas for implementing a robot in the movie came up in pre-production, where the preferences for a non-human robot was established along the way, and the bots didn't really change much throughout the course of production after DNEG figured out how they were supposed to move around and interact on camera.
So they got stuck with the problem of having to make this whole thing walk and move. It was a difficult piece of puppeteering.
They picked stainless steel. Unfortunately, no way to make stainless steel light. So now the TARS that we had was about 70 pounds heavier. It got up into just a hair under 200 pounds.
This would impact how they would build the cable system they designed to move it around, so they came up with a solution.
So the special effects shop geniuses had created a compressed air system. So now it's like a video game, and that's lifting it and allowing you to manipulate it.
Multiple versions of these robots needed to be built which had different ranges of motion. One which would lift its head out from the board of the console inside the ship, another that just walks around during expeditions, and other models that have articulable arms and even extendable fingers. TARS would also be puppeteered on set with a person essentially attaching themselves to the back of the bot and moving it around. Various walks had to be invented for the bot, as the different environments would make locomotion difficult for different reasons, like walking on slippery rocks or wading through water, which as a knock-on effect made the bot even more believable, as it, similar to people, has to move its legs differently to best traverse certain environments. VFX work would also do heavy lifting here for any scenes involving TARS, as rig removal was necessary and certain moves we see TARS and Case do just couldn't be pulled off practically. Now for designing the spaceship interior, production designer Nathan Crowley explained the challenge of coming up with a design that would fit the dying world and society that they lived in. It took 20 years to build the Endurance in the film. It's a real mishmash of different kinds of technology. You need analog stuff as well as digital stuff. You need backup systems and tangible switches. The story's about leaving paradise because we destroyed it, and we have to go through space in this tin can. Space travel isn't warp 9 please, Mr. Sulu. Otherwise, we would just press a button and the film would be over in 10 minutes. It's about an uphill struggle and figuring problems as you go. While visual effects company DNEG created interstellar backdrops for certain scenes, which we will talk about later on, When it comes to the actual spaceships we see flying through space, they had only little to do with those. For a lot of the shots the models seen weren't created in Maya, nor were they animated in Houdini. They were built for real.
But then when you see the Endurance come into view, that's our 15th scale miniature model.
I think if Christopher Nolan had his choice, he would be shooting in space with real spaceships and actually doing this for real on location, but the next best thing is to use miniature.
New Deal Studios built the space vessels we see in Interstellar.
New Deal were able to build some extraordinary versions of the ships at a huge scale. Almost seems wrong to term them miniatures when they're so big.
And Nolan proved to be a challenging client for the prop makers yet again, as they were hired for various other Christopher Nolan productions, and as is usual for Nolan, he flung various insurmountable seeming challenges into New Deal Studios' way. How about bolting a camera to a miniature to capture it rotating in space? Then there is building scaled down and life-size variants of the same vehicle which have to look the same across the board to make intercutting between the life-size, scaled, and digital be seamless. Of course, we shouldn't let the miniatures and practical shooting keep us from also realizing the amount of visual effects that went into finalizing the look and feel of many of these shots, as well as composites to add various motion-controlled sequences together.
I think we're at a point of visual effects where computer graphics has been around so long that there's nothing new or fresh about it as a technology. So now it sits there as just one of any number of different techniques.
As for any good filmmaker, one does have to come to the realization that every filmmaking technique is a tool. Using those tools correctly or creating new ones to serve your film, like they did with the black hole we will talk about later on in this video, is a key to any great film. And having those tools tied back to the foundational goals of your story and what you're wanting audiences to feel and experience in theaters can lead to great results. And for Interstellar, no